Good morning, colleagues. I hope you are well. I hope you are well. Welcome to the fourth day of the conference. I'm not gonna take much of the time so that we can save the time for the presentations and the time for the keynote speaker. I had prepared my opening statements here, but we are out of time. We're already 27 minutes late, so we're going to go straight to our program, and I'm going to invite Professor Jacobs, who is the COD of the Department of Information Science, to come and give us the opening remarks. Thank you. Prof. Jacobs.
Good morning, colleagues. How are we this morning? I think everybody's tired. I see we're dwindling by the minute, so I hope that after the opening there will still be people here. All right, so during the conference, we've touched on a variety of important topics, inclusive of how to encourage and use African languages, code switching, preservation of heritage, as part of language constructs and the promotion of language diversity. Departments within the School of Arts, that is all of us, are the custodians of language development, inclusive of information and knowledge sharing about languages to help shape the future of our communities and those that we serve. During many of our discussions, it became evident that it is our responsibility to advance language development through publications, storytelling, research opportunities, and infusing language as part of teaching and learning. Related to all of these discussions, one key component stood out for me, and that is reading. When you think back to what Ms. Eleanor Sisulu said, and Prof. Ngwepe also reiterated, the low literacy levels of our society impacts negatively on our ability to engage and advance our African languages. Just to give you some statistics, 78% of our grade 4 learners in South Africa fall below the international standard of recognizing and reading with comprehension. Results on the reading levels presented by Statistics South Africa in an article published in 2017 indicated that approximately 18.6% of people then aged 20, so they now more or less in the 20-ish, mid-20s, had no schooling, and only 12.4% of pupils enrolled for secondary school completed their schooling. When entering higher education, we see that approximately 44.4% of first-year students are unable to engage actively in learning activities because of a lack of reading comprehension. We also see that about 12.4% of our first-year students perform well in reading comprehension tasks. Colleagues, and this is something that's very worrying because we want our students to read with comprehension, no matter the language, but only 12% of them are actually able to do that. The result is that between 50 and 60% of our first-year students drop out of higher education. And not because they don't have the capability, but because they can't read with comprehension. In order to advance reading and encourage the development and use of African languages, it is important that we create opportunities to advance that reading. Reading requires comprehension, which relates to the ability to take what you have read and integrate it with an existing set of knowledge to make sense of what was read. This comprehension is imperative to understand the world we live in. Reading is not just an essential skill, but a cornerstone for the advancement and development and use of our African languages. Reasons why this comprehension is so low include, for example, our low educational levels of parents, growing up in homes without books, the lack of available and applicable reading material at school, social conditions that are not conducive to reading, and reading habits that have not been instilled from a young age. If any of you watched ENCA news this morning, you would have seen that there was an insert there on the struggles that libraries are facing, especially in the Western Cape, with the huge amount of violence in the areas, and what they are trying to do to curb those situations. And that's the social issues that we sit with that is actually impacting negatively on our students' ability to read and also to advance our African languages. The question is then, how do we solve this? What can we do to encourage those around us to engage in reading and also to promote our indigenous languages? We can start by sharing our experiences of readings with others, by explaining to them how we gained our knowledge from books and other literature, and how that has opened our world and brought us new insights. We can challenge those around us to read more in their own vernacular. We can encourage our children and young people to develop critical analytical skills by considering aspects such as cross-coding, information translated from different languages, and meaning associated with various interpretations. Most importantly, we can actively engage with those around us in the art and practice of reading. Story times with young children, book clubs, membership of libraries, and participating in community reading projects is a start towards creating a reading nation. But what if we fail? The future then, unfortunately, looks really bleak. With artificial intelligence tools such as ChatGPT, colleagues, and there's many others, Bard AI, OpenAI, those that cannot read with comprehension will rely on these AI tools to think for them, argue for them, and ultimately decide for them. AI tools used for translation can bring forth muddled understandings, conflict, and miscommunication. By implication, we can all be manipulated and indoctrinated to disregard the importance and value of language, those valued most by us, and think and act like those behind the AI wants us to think and act. To prevent this and ensure that we protect and safeguard our languages and heritage, I want to leave you with the words of President Nelson Mandela: readers are leaders. The power of reading shaped the future of leaders. Education, meaning the ability to read with comprehension, is the most powerful weapon which we can use to bring change to the world. On the second last day of our conference, I want to encourage each and every one of you, including myself, to use our passion for languages and indigenous heritage to bring about the change that we want to see in society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jacobs. I think you raised a very important point, and I also like the words of former President Mandela that you quoted, that readers are leaders. I think we really need to make means to make sure that we are creating a reading nation, and it's very disheartening that we are sitting at a point where 78% of our grade 4 learners cannot read for comprehension. So it's upon us as academics, as citizens of this country, and also as activists of our indigenous languages, to make sure that we do encourage our children to read in our languages, but we also do the same. Because if you can remember on Monday when Mrs. Sulu was here, she was mentioning that there are people who are writing in indigenous languages, but those books are not being consumed. So how are we going to create that reading nation, particularly in our indigenous languages, if we are not buying the materials that are written in our indigenous languages? So thank you very much, Prof. Jacobs, for setting the tone for today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to come and introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Tella Adenyinka. Prof. Tella could not join us today, but he will be presenting to us virtually because of some technological interference and the fear that we might not be able to have him finish his speech because of perhaps load shedding or interference in the signal. His keynote address has been pre-recorded, but he will also be joining virtually. So he will be part of the conference today. Professor Tella is a professor and currently the head of the Department of Library and Information Science in the Faculty of Communication and Information Sciences at University of Ilorin in Nigeria. Prof. Tella attended St. Andrew's College of Education from 1989 to 1992, where he obtained a National Certificate in Education, which qualifies him as a professional teacher. He later gained direct entry or admission to the most prestigious university in Nigeria, that is the University of Ibadan, where he obtained his bachelor's degree certificate in guidance and counseling political sciences, and he graduated with a second-class honors. After his youth corps in the year 2000, Prof. Tella enrolled for a master's degree in counseling psychology in the same university and finished in 2001. He enrolled on another master's degree program in library and information studies in the same university and finished in 2004. He then returned to counseling psychology to commence a PhD in test measurements and evaluation. He was about to present his proposal for PhD when the results of the Commonwealth Scholarship, which he earlier applied for, was released. Eventually, he was awarded the scholarship to study library and information science at the University of Botswana in Gaborone in 2005, which he completed in 2009. Prof. Tella was rated the 28th scientist in Nigeria and by implication #1 in his university in the rankings of scientists in Nigeria, which was released by the Web of Science and Google in 2015, and number 35 in Nigeria in the subsequent ratings. In 2007, Prof. Tella was awarded a small grant for thesis writing for PhD student category in Africa by the Council for the Development of Social Sciences Research in Africa. He has written and published articles mostly in international reputable referred journal, together with chapters in books. He is an editorial member, reviewer of Web of Science and Scopus-based journal. Currently, he is the editor of Ilorin University International Journal of Library and Information Science, former editor-in-chief in the International Journal of Information Processing and Communication, and the University Research Journal, Library Philosophy and Practice, Nigerian Libraries, Ghana Library Journal, Regional Journal of Information and Knowledge Management, Zambian Journal of Information and Literacy, Journal of Library and Information Science. His research areas include ICT for development, e-learning, information and literacy, information communication technology in library, including 4IR, psychology, research methodology in library and information sciences. Prof. Tella was awarded a research fellow by the Department of Information Science at the University of South Africa in 2016 for the 3 years from 2016 to 2018, and a visiting researcher in the same department beginning from 2019. Prof. Teller was re-awarded Research Fellow at the same university in the same department. 3 times consecutively, Prof. Teller was declared the winner of the prestigious Dr. T.M. Salisu Award for the most published librarian in Nigeria in 2015, 2017, and 2018. Since traveling in part of education, Prof. Teller has visited a number of countries which I will not read because there are so many. Currently, Prof. Teller has published over 250 academic papers, mostly in Web of Science, Scimago-ranked journals, edited conference proceedings, and chapters in books. In addition, he has edited 6 information sciences reference texts, and he has another 4 currently ongoing. As of 13 April 2023, Prof. Teller is having an H index of 34, an I-10 index of 75, and he has been cited 5,343 times. Prof. Teller was rated C2 researcher by the South African National Research Foundation in 2023. With this 2022, pardon me. With this rating, Prof. Teller's research activities will be funded for 5 years for this body of work. Prof. Teller is available for any research assistant by research student either at master's or doctoral level, and he's also available for any local and international collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Teller.
My name is Professor Teller Adeyinka from University of Ilorin, Department of Library and Information Science, University of Ilorin, Nigeria. I am a fellow at the Department of Information Science, University of South Africa, now being considered as a distinguished professor at the Faculty of or College of Health and Human Sciences of the University of South Africa. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the organizer of this conference, particularly the committee that are in charge of putting this thing together, for nominating me as one of the keynote speaker. I'm very, very happy. I am supposed to be with you physically, but for one reason or the other, which is very, very known to the organizers, I couldn't make it to be with you. When the information was given to me and the letter was sent to me, because the conference had to do with culture, I quickly rushed to the market here to get myself one of our cultural attire in Nigeria, the culture I belong, the Yoruba people of Nigeria. This is our culture. This is an emblem of our culture, what I'm putting on. We call it Ofi. It is an emblem of our cultural heritage. And since, like I said, since the conference have to do with the culture, that's the reason why I'm putting this one on. And I know that if I'm to be there physically, some of you might have developed interest in wanting to snap with me to have a look and feel of this attire. So thank you very much. Thank you. Without wasting most of our time, I want to quickly intimate you with the topic of my discussion. The topic of my presentation is indigenous languages and the development of a global community through cultural heritage, library and information sciences contribution. This is a keynote paper presented at the 4th Triennial School of Arts Conference, holding between 16th to 20th of October in Northwest Province of South Africa. My presentation outlines is as displayed on the screen to save time. Introduction. Globally, we talk about cultural heritage. When we are talking about this cultural heritage, there are a lot of things that are associated with it. We can talk about our music, we can talk about our art and artifact, we can talk about our sports, and most importantly, our language of communication. All of these combined together are known as our cultural heritage. But all of these cannot be discussed in this single presentation. And that is why the focus is on indigenous languages. As we all know, indigenous languages are essential component of cultural legacy and social identity creation all over the world. It is globally known. And they are primary means of engagement, of socialization, and of communication. They are important to the extent that without them, without the languages, we cannot talk about the growth of global society. In other words, without indigenous languages, our global society cannot grow. So it is on that note that the United Nations General Assembly declared the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, IDIA, beginning from the year 2022 running to the year 2032. And what was the rationale? What was the intention behind this? One, to mobilize partners and resources for the preservation and restoration of indigenous languages. Two, to promote many indigenous languages to bring attention to their status on a global scale. And looking at this, there is global support here and there, championed by IDA programs. You know, these IDA programs were championed by UNESCO. Okay, and the IDA, looking at it, you know, looking at it generally, okay, works to include 4 cardinal points. One, to include linguistic variety and multilingualism into sustainable development initiative. And 2, to uphold indigenous people's rights to maintain, revitalize, and promote their languages. And 3, to present a special chance for cooperation in formulating policies. And lastly, to promote an international conversation among stakeholders. And to achieve all of this, a platform was created, which is known as International Decade of Indigenous Language Platform. And what is this platform all about? The platform it serves as a focal point for the development of a work community, which is devoted to indigenous languages. So you know what they discuss on that platform is majorly indigenous languages, okay? And 2, to promote pertinent resources and tools in order to facilitate these indigenous languages. And 3, to track progress that have been accomplished so far by way of promoting these indigenous languages. And 4, to encourage interaction and debate across a large network of stakeholders. All of these put together make it easy for information to be shared about activities that are currently taking place relating to indigenous languages, promotion, facilitation, and preservation, and events taking place around the world as relate to these indigenous languages, preservation, development, and promotion. So, looking at indigenous languages, we can say precisely that they are gateways to cultural diversity and history, and that they represent traditional wisdom. They help in building strong communities that are better able to deal with modern problems. And when we are talking about these modern problems, it's something that are not known to us. We are familiar with them. We can talk about the climate change. We can talk about the environmental degradation. We can talk about post-disaster recovery, and at the same time, location. Because when all of this is taking place, there is no way that people will not relocate. You know, looking at the climate change here and there, you know, some people's environment are no more habitable for them. And as a result, they have to do what? Relocate elsewhere that they can find more habitable than there where they are before. Environmental degradation, of course, when environment degrades, what happens? People will have to move to another better area. When there is a disaster, of course, the aftermath of that is always relocation. People will relocate to a better area. But unfortunately, looking around the world, we discover that a large number of our indigenous languages are in danger of extinction. with about 6,000 out of 7,000 known languages in the globe being indigenous. Also, we see that many indigenous languages are still marginalized and underdeveloped in most countries, particularly in the global south. That is where we belong as Africa. So, taking Africa as an example, we see the colonial masters languages like English and French still being prominent in many of our countries in the global south, even centuries after colonization, which is not supposed to be. In South Africa, for instance, English and Afrikaans dominate as official and prominent languages of South Africa. In Nigeria, my home country, English, dominates as our official language. In Ghana, English. In Gambia, English. In the Francophone countries, Cameroon, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, and the rest of them is French. And all of these foreign languages have been accepted by us, and we are using them to continue to produce our knowledge, which is not supposed to be. So, looking at indigenous African languages, we can cite the examples of Orishan people in Botswana, in South Africa, and in Zimbabwe. They are currently in danger. Their languages are currently eroding. They are being replaced by these dominating languages, English and French. Okay, a sizable segment of this population have already been cut off from the political, economic, and public dialogue as a result of the extinction of several indigenous languages. What are the reasons given by scholars as far as this development is concerned? Semblers 2003 mentioned that coloniality and neocolonialism and their dominant languages such as English, French, and Portuguese are having higher priority and superiority in various institutions and the media in most multilingual society. And two, Maseko and Indofu 2013, they said the globalization of media and making of English and other colonial languages as the most preferred languages of communication are part of the reasons behind the extinction of our indigenous languages. Before I proceed, it is important for me to take note of some of the keywords in this presentation. First, indigenous language. What do we mean by indigenous language? A language that is native to a region and spoken by the indigenous people, often reduced to the status of a minority language. Development is also very prominent in my presentation. And development describes a new and advanced idea or product or an event that constitutes a new stage under changing circumstances. Global community also reflected from as a topic or as a keyword from my title. It is made up of people from all over the world who are connected by gender, interests such as technology, economics, global issues, and more. Then when we are talking about cultural heritage, which I initially mentioned, cultural heritage is a concept which offers a bridge between the past and the future with the application of particular approaches in the present. All right? Then, library and information science, for my presentation to reflect my discipline, brought out this particular keyword. Okay? Library and information science is an interdisciplinary field of study that centers on the documentation that records our stories, our memory, our history, and our knowledge. Of course, when we are talking about cultural heritage, we talk about our history, our culture, our artifacts, just like I mentioned initially, okay, our stories. So this particular concept is a profession that is full of people passionate about making a positive change in the world, and they tend to be widely happy about what they do. Okay, that is the definition given by University of Washington. Of course, we are always happy about what we do because we are always passionate about making positive changes. We have discovered that our indigenous languages are going into extinction. So as a profession, what can we do in order to rescue the situation? All right. So as I proceed, I want to talk about the 100 years history of language lost. And here I would like to give an highlight of the percentage of doomed or dormant indigenous languages by 25 years interval over the past century, which reflect the life cycle of human generation. And we should note that a language becomes dormant or extinct when no one can speak it anymore. We should also know that it becomes doomed when the latest generation of children no longer speak the language. And looking at this put together in perspective, the last fluent speaker of the language in their late teens or early 20s give the language about 75 more years of life before we hear about the language no more. So over the next 3 generations, the number of speakers reduced drastically as the last fluent generation become parents, grandparents, and finally the latest generation of fluent elders. So as those elders die, what happened? The doomed language becomes dormant or extinct. So if that occurs, only a joint and concerted effort of refertilization can rescue the doomed languages. So in 1920, what happened? In 1920, which is the centuries of language loss, 1920 centuries of language loss had already claimed as many as half of indigenous languages of Australia, the United States of America, South Africa, and Argentina. That is according to the Language Conservancy 2023. So the languages of this country, put together, face a losing battle due to what? Due to colonization, which uprooted the indigenous people from their original homes, and consequently, what happened? Language loss. They eventually lost their language. All right. So there are areas of the world that have experienced exploitation, that have experienced colonization, the plundering of resources, but not resettlement. And as a result, they did not experience language loss. But the one that experienced it, they experience language loss. Okay? If you look at, the graph that I provided here, it shows the percentage of the language loss per the areas that is shown in the map. All right? So that is 1920. I said I will be given 25 years interval. Now, 1945. What happened in 1945? We saw the effect of movements like nationalism, urbanization, and globalization. We started to be fed by the middle of the 20th century. Urbanization drive people away from the ancestral area in a similar way to settlement colonization. So, as a result of that, what happened? People migrate to cities where they speak the prevalent language to participate in the economy so that they can make money and take care of themselves, rather than being forcefully located from the countryside. All right? So you can see the percentage of language loss as a result of that too in 1945. In 1970, which is another 25 years after, we saw government initiative, particularly in the United States, in Canada, in Australia. Up to this day, they seek to erase indigenous identity among people by integrating them into the wider national cultural identity. And what happened thereafter? We saw children who attended boarding schools, they were made to adapt to and acculturate and largely refrain from using their native language and speak the official languages. And in the process, what happened? They forgot their own original languages. So consequently, many languages were due to intergenerational transmission being slowed and eventually ceasing. So I provided the percentages as a result of that too, and that can be found on the screen. In 1995, that is another 25 years after, we saw national policies changed or started to change to encourage children to speak their traditional languages over the last quarter of the 20th century. However, what happened? It was faced with a problem. And what is that problem? Funding for language revitalization remained at low levels, causing damage to the intergenerational transmission of indigenous languages. We saw native language revitalization remaining a priority for the United States, but funding for language revitalization declined as English and other national languages gain popularity. So when English and other national languages gain popularity, what happened to the indigenous languages? They started to be doomed. All right, I provided the percentages of that too. Now, the present time, what do we need to note? All right, today, 61% of the languages that were spoken as first languages in 1795 are either extinct or doomed. Okay, so despite the efforts, despite the fact that governments and citizens the world over are becoming aware of the language loss, catastrophe, unfortunately, enough resources have not been set aside to significantly stem the tide of the impending language doom. And currently, 9 languages every year, on 1 every 40 days, stop being spoken. And if care is not taken, what will happen? The number will increase to 16 languages annually by 2080. That is the prediction by the Language Conservancy 2023. Our linguistic history will be disappearing at a rate of 26 languages per year, or 1 every 2 weeks by the middle of the next century. That is another prediction by the same people. So more than half of all languages will disappear if we don't address the issue of language loss in the near future. That is their conclusion. Okay, and another graph, is being presented to see the percentage and to confirm what they are talking about. And what is going to be the result? We will see a wave of language collapse, decline, and finally extinction. All right. Looking at another graph I'm preparing here, I'm presenting, you can see that represents the entire world. And here we can see 577 critically endangered languages. Okay, all of these wine color spots in each of the regions of the world are the languages that are endangered. All right, so to precisely see the location where languages are dying, okay, I come up with this one, which I borrowed from Statista 2022. They said in North Central America, we have 222 languages that are currently being endangered. In Europe, so Russia, we have 148. In South America, 226. In Africa, we have 428. In Asia, we have 693. In Oceania, we have 733. All right? So, going by the infographic that was just displayed, what can we pick out from it? Oceania is the region with the greatest number of languages that are considered to be threatened or endangered. They have 733. And that's followed immediately by Asia with 693, followed by Africa, which may also close to losing some 428 mother tongues, okay, very, very soon. The Americans and Europe combined to make a total around the 2,500 mark at the start of 2022. Of course, for me to continue, it is important for me to talk about data and case studies on endangered indigenous languages, okay, to confirm the fact that our indigenous languages are really gradually going to extinction. After they said they have features in article that highlight the endangered status of indigenous languages across Latin America and the efforts that are being made to reclaim them. All right. The Yale linguistic Claire Bowery, he created a database called Grandmark that offers insight into the consequences of language loss. And this database helps researchers to understand the stake when languages become a danger. All right? Then the United States, they provided statistics to show that around 40% of the world's spoken languages are in danger of disappearing, with many belonging to indigenous people. You can see. Then the next one, Linguistic Society of America, they provide resources on endangered languages, including open access language catalog and information on language community. All of this information, all of this data showcase the fact that there are languages that are indigenous and that are gradually going into extinction. All right? UNESCO Atlas of Endangered Languages, they provide a comprehensive list of endangered languages worldwide. As of 2022, there are over 2,500 endangered languages around the world. All right? And in Canada, the number of indigenous people reporting indigenous languages, the language they first learned at home in childhood, continue to do what? Continue to decline. There were 184,170 indigenous people with an indigenous mother tongue in 2021, down by 14,120 or 7.1% from 2016. Okay? That is Statistics Canada. 2023. And so on and so forth. But what are the factors, okay, affecting fertility of indigenous language? Here we can talk about one, intergenerational language transmission, okay? Then two, to save time, can talk about absolute number of speakers. Of course, when you have a small number of group of people, okay, that are speaking the language, that means the graduate is gradually losing out, okay? Then we have the proportion of speakers with the total population. If this proportion, compared to the total population is very, very small, speaking a particular indigenous language, there is a sign that that language will collapse, and die very soon. Shift in domains of language use, okay? Like, our government are saying that our official language should be a foreign language, the language of the colonial master. So that means we are shifting away from our own indigenous languages. And what happened to it? It will go to extinction. Response to new domain and media. New areas for languages use may emerge as community living condition changes. Okay, that's another factor. Availability of written material for language. Of course, if there are no, material or there are no written documents to support a particular indigenous language, very, very soon, what will happen? The language will collapse. Then, point number 7, governmental and institutional language attitude and policies, including official status and use. Sometimes we see government and institutions have explicit policy or implicit attitude towards the dominant and subordinate languages. All of this contributes, okay, to the losing out of all our languages. Then, what can be done? Development, promotion, and preservation of indigenous. How do we develop our indigenous languages? How do we promote our indigenous languages? How do we preserve our indigenous languages? Developing our indigenous languages spoken by a relatively small number of people is crucial, okay, in order to prevent our linguistic diversity and cultural heritage. It's very, very crucial, very, very important. So, indigenous languages categorized as endangered need to be what? Need to be properly developed. So how do we now develop them? That is a pertinent question that all of us will need to consider and provide answers to. All right? 1, language documentation and preservation. It is important for us to now document our indigenous languages and make sure that all those documentation are properly preserved. Secondly, community-led language revitalization. In our community, okay, we should gather and gab up, making sure that we revitalize our languages that are dying. It is very, very important to bring them, to the level of those languages that are dominating us, all right? Then 3, collaboration with linguistic scholars. Yes, there are language experts. There are those who specialize in all of these indigenous languages. Those scholars that know better than all of us, we can collaborate with them, brainstorm with them to see the way forward to promote, to develop and preserve our indigenous languages. Integration into educational system, okay? if we can integrate all our indigenous languages into our educational system, I think doing that, we are promoting it. Doing that, we are developing them. Doing that, we are preserving them. And from generation to generation, the languages will be transmitted. And that will help the language to continue surviving and thriving. The other tools and resources, of course, we can use. Thank God for the developments and the revolution of ICT. We can leverage on that in order to do what? To promote, to revitalize our indigenous languages. What about cultural exchange program? We can do that too. Then advocacy of language rights. So indigenous language and hope of building a community, a global community. So with what is currently going on with indigenous languages, is there any hope of building a global community? Of course, there are hopes. Okay, because there are evidences here and there to prove that. Growing global recognition of indigenous language system. We see many indigenous communities we see them instituting their system for revitalizing their language, reviving their languages. Then another evidence is the issue that is being upheld by the United Nations by proclaiming the period between 2022 and 2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And that one has now helping to draw global attention to the critical situations of many indigenous languages. And, they are now trying to mobilize stakeholders and resources for their preservation, revitalization, and promotion. All of these, I hope that through indigenous languages, there will be a building of a global community. All right? Also, it can be added that the UN recognition of promoting indigenous languages and the launching of 10-year survival plan for endangered languages is another hope that indigenous language will assist in building a global community. So, preserving and promoting indigenous languages can foster a global community that values linguistic diversity and recognizes the importance of cultural heritage. So, how do we now prevent our indigenous languages from extinction? Of course, there are ways and methods to do that. First, digital media. Our indigenous languages will not remain in the shadow of colonial languages any longer, either in the Anglophone, in the Francophone, or Eurocentric values. We need to start using our indigenous languages in our media. We should stop using English alone. We should stop using French alone. We should stop using Portuguese alone. Okay, we have our own indigenous language. So let us use them in our media. 2, dissociating and freeing ourselves from dominant languages. Of course, we have been dominated. Okay, we see English colonized, we see French colonized. And when they colonize you like that, they impose their language on you as the official. We have to dissociate ourselves. We have to free ourselves from all of this. Okay? A global South society, especially in Africa, we need to free ourselves from European languages and advance African languages to become language of science, technology, economics, education, and media, to ensure that the right of epistemic knowledge and training of Africa is being upheld. Then 3, we need to optimize the use of digital media to promote indigenous languages. Okay? Political organizations in the global south, for instance, to participate in the growth, preservation, and digitization of indigenous languages through posting on social media accounts, election campaigns, posters written in these marginalized languages. But unfortunately, when you see our people campaigning, for electoral position, they still use these foreign languages, They still use foreign languages, which is not supposed to be. Use the language of your people, the language that your people, the majority of your people speak and understand, rather than the language of the colonial masters. Recognition of indigenous languages. It is important for us to recognize our indigenous language and take them very serious. So, constitution Constitution's recognition of indigenous languages as official ones, teacher preparation programs, curriculum development and transformation, and media outlet, including newspaper and radio, should be properly uploaded. So what am I saying here? We should use it in our constitution. We should use it in our teacher preparation program to prepare our students instead of using English. Let us use our indigenous language. When we are developing our curriculum, instead of using English or French, let us use our indigenous languages. Okay, all of this will help us to revitalize our indigenous languages. Sharing of cultural practices through social media. Okay, now thanks to the revolution of ICT that brought about social media platforms like Facebook, like Twitter, Instagram, and all of them, they have provided a platform for indigenous people to share their cultural practices, traditions, and languages with wider audience. Let us do that. Create social media account for yourself. Use your language to promote yourself. Use your language to promote what you are doing, to promote your tradition, to promote your cultural practices, to promote your language. Let us be proud of our language. Our language are very, very sweet. All right? Development of mobile apps. That is another thing that we can use. Okay? The First People Cultural Council of Canada, for instance, for example, they created First Voices mobile app, which gives users access to dictionary, phrase books, and audio recording in their indigenous languages. I think we can borrow the idea from there. All right? Then, seventh, developing websites to promote indigenous language. You can do that too. Thank God for ICT. We can launch a website, you can create a website, okay? Like they did in Mexico, the Instituto Nacional de Lengua Indigenas, okay? They developed a website called Lenguas Indigenas de Mexico. That website provides information and resources in their indigenous languages. And anybody that goes there, we have to, if you don't understand what is there, that means you cannot comprehend what they are telling you. So we should emulate them. We should do the same thing. Of course, it is important for us to use indigenous languages in journalism instead of English and French or Portuguese. Of course, there is going to be emerging new cultures, which will become the heritage of the future. Whether we like it or not, there is going to be a return to our tradition. There is going to be a rise of populism. There is going to be digital transformation, and there is going to be sustainability. There is going to be diversity and inclusion, and there is going to be wellness. There is going to be factual experiences. Of course, COVID has dragged us into that, and it has come to stay. All right? Then the metaverse culture is the last one that is going to come, that all of us are going to experience. That is the physical world. Okay? With the physical world versus the virtual world for resources. The metaverse is a sheer virtual space where people can create new identities, explore new possibilities, and interact with, other users in the future, whether we like it or not. We will all be citizens of the metaverse. So let us begin to, promote our indigenous languages, because by the time we belong, okay, that by the time all of us now become citizens of that, metaverse, what will you be using to communicate your fellow community person? Is it English or French or Portuguese? No, but rather your indigenous languages. All right? Now, my discipline. What is the contribution of my discipline? How can library and information science discipline contribute to language promotion to indigenous language promotion, development, and preservation? 1, collecting and organize language resources. Libraries. Our libraries can collect and organize language resources such as book, manuscript, archival material, and other library materials. Then organize them for easy retrieval. For people to come around and read, to revitalize and promote the indigenous languages. Providing access to language resources. Libraries can provide access to language resources by making them available to the public through various channels such as online catalog, digital repository, and interlibrary loans. Developing language resources is the third one. Library and information science professional, of which I am one, can develop language resources such as dictionary, grammar, and other reference materials that help to standardize the language. Then 4, we can collaborate with indigenous community, okay? LIS professionals, including myself, can collaborate with indigenous community to develop culturally relevant material that reflect their unique perspective. Collaborating with linguistic experts, I mentioned that one here earlier. These professionals can collaborate with linguistic experts, researchers, and scholars to document and analyze indigenous languages. We can do that. Let us do it. Advocating for language rights. Yes, this professional can advocate for language rights by raising awareness about the importance of linguistic diversity and multilingualism in sustainable development efforts. 7, digitization and preservation of language resources. These professionals can digitize and preserve indigenous languages resources such as manuscript, audio recording, and oral history. Then we can establish the Center for Advancement of Indigenous Languages. It is doable, and we can do it. So as library and information professional, we can also play a significant role by partnering with the Ministry of Education in the various states, in the various nations, various countries, to establish the Center for Advancement of Indigenous Languages. Then commitments, community engagement and outreaches. Yes, as library and information science professional, we can actively engage ourselves with the local community to understand our language needs and provide relevant resources and services to revitalize and develop it. Then promotion of multilingualism in library. Yes, these professionals can advocate for multilingualism in library services by providing resources in multiple indigenous languages, offering language learning material, and creating inclusive spaces for diverse linguistic community. Of course, we can also support language revitalization initiative. As LIS professional, we can support language revitalization efforts by collaborating with indigenous community, schools, and cultural organizations. 12, research and innovation. As LIS professional, as LIS researchers, as LIS experts, we can contribute to research on language preservation and development by exploring innovative technologies, methodology, and best practices in the field in order to, to do it. Then, grassroots promotion of indigenous languages. It is important that these professionals must be actively engaged in the promotion of indigenous languages, organize seminars for parents and sensitize them to create the platform at home that will empower the children with interest and desire to learn indigenous languages. 14, promoting books written in indigenous languages. Of course, it is very, very important as LIS professional to start campaigning or creating awareness on the needs for our people to do or to write books in our indigenous languages. Doing this, our indigenous languages will continue to develop, be fertilized, and promoted and preserved. All right? But if you don't do it, of course, it's going to be danger. 15, translation of literary works to audio content in indigenous languages. With the advent of information technology, many youths are more interested in digital information. So why can't we just try and translate all of those information that are currently available in English, in French, in Portuguese into our indigenous languages and make them available for our students, our youth and our children? It is very, very important, and it is doable. We can do it. Let us do it. 16, inclusion of indigenous languages as a compulsory course in library school. Of course, we have library and information science department spanning through all our universities or most of our universities in Africa. So we are talking about how to revitalize, and develop, promote, and preserve our indigenous languages. What about if we introduce indigenous languages into the curriculum of all our library schools? Instead of encouraging the students to learn English, to learn French, to learn Portuguese in library school, efforts should be made by the stakeholders to introduce indigenous languages and let our people, let our youth, be familiar, even right when they are in school. And this will, in no small measure, promote our indigenous languages. In my conclusion, this discussion has examined indigenous languages and the development of global community through cultural heritage and consider the contribution of library information science toward preserving the indigenous languages. Conclusively, indigenous languages have evolved over millennia into a huge and complex knowledge system in addition to being ways of communication. Indigenous languages play a vital role in preserving cultural heritage and promoting diversity. Therefore, it is essential to recognize their value and take action to protect them. What are my recommendations? It should be noted that many of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals have direct linkages to the human rights commitments outlined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Therefore, every stakeholder of indigenous knowledge is hereby charged to work with indigenous communities to preserve the extension of cultural heritage, which include our languages. Therefore, it is important to safeguard indigenous people's rights, like access to education and resources in their native tongues, ensure that indigenous people and their language and their knowledge are not exploited, and secure their free, prior, and informed consent when harnessing their knowledge or languages. Importantly, there should be meaningful consultation with indigenous people, engaging with them in every stage of decision-making processes. The government, they have their own role to play. In the government in countries where indigenous languages are most domiciled, so think about how they can fortify the teaching of the languages in schools. They need to urgently embark upon aggressive recruitment of indigenous language teachers to teach our students the knowledge of indigenous languages. Thank you so much for listening, and God bless. Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you so much. Good day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Prof. Taylor, for the passion that you have shown in addressing issues that affect indigenous languages, how we can promote, preserve, and develop our indigenous languages. And listening to you attentively in the beginning of your presentation, the picture that was painted about the loss of indigenous languages is a grim one. And it's unfortunate that given that picture, we still face a situation where the question of the use of indigenous languages in academic spaces continues to stir debate and reflection, and that we still have academics who still frown upon the use of indigenous languages and their development. We know the case of the Ngu language, where the last known speaker of the language is 90 years old, and she's fighting to preserve the language. Thank you very much for the strategies and the methods that you have presented to us that can be used to preserve our indigenous languages. And I'm going to throw Professor Madonzela under the bus here and say, Prof. Taylor spoke about the Center of the Advancement of Indigenous Languages. And since you are leading the African Languages Department, I think you should take that on. Thank you very much, Prof. Taylor. Colleagues, let us give Prof. Taylor another round of applause. And I should also request a round of applause for our sign language interpreters. They are doing a great job. We have come to the end of our morning session, and luckily I think we have covered time. We will be on time for the next sessions that are coming. As I'm going off stage, I'm going to request the chairperson of the organizing committee to come and make an announcement. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Avshin, Minjani, and Vukil. Are people cycling very well, or are we having any issues? I just want to make a few announcements regarding the proceedings today. Um, we are going to have the gala dinner later today in the Boma, which is the outskirts of this area. It's in the bush, so we have to prepare ourselves thoroughly. We're going to finish here at exactly at 5. So at 5, the buses will be waiting for us just outside the convention center to take us to our rooms to prepare. And immediately at 6, they will be waiting for us to take us to the bush where we're going to have our gala dinner. So let's cooperate, colleagues, because it's a little bit of a distance going to the bush, so we need to prepare ourselves on time and wait for the buses outside our respective hotels. And then those of us who came here with our own cars, unfortunately, you cannot use your car to that area because it's for your safety. You have to be using the air transport. So you can just prepare yourself, wait for the bus just outside the reception area of your hotel. There was a confusion I saw outside in the morning that they changed one of our breakaway room. We've sorted that. There are no changes. All the breakaway rooms that we are using are still the same. So we tried to sort that confusion that was made by the organizers there. So yeah, I think that's all from my side. Let us enjoy the breakaway sessions. Yeah, I think, is there something else? Oh yeah, we've just been notified about people saying that they're in Sun City but they're not enjoying. But I'm seeing a lot of absentees here, meaning that people decided to take matters into their own hands. Okay, this is what we here for. We're here for the conference, colleagues, and we need to attend the conference. So those of you who would want to explore Sun City or maybe go to the Valley of Waves and express the waves there, you need to do that immediately after our sessions tomorrow, which ends at 12:30. We'll have lunch. If you want to do that, we can arrange with the transport that they come a little bit later to pick you up. But you must know that you would have checked out and everything now will be upon yourselves. So that's the only thing that we can do, just to meet you halfway. But the main purpose we are here is to attend the conference. Let us respect that and be in the sessions. We don't expect sessions to be empty. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Can we settle down? I think it's fine, I can start. I think it's fine, I can start. Good day again, ladies and gentlemen. Bagaetsho dumelang. I hope that everyone is well. I know we are tired of listening, but then today we have a catch for this panel discussion. Baba Sangiting, my name is Otepeng Moletsani from Department of African Languages. Nkabe ki thankgolla ki bua ka Setswana, but because most of us don't understand Setswana in here, I won't waste time. For this panel discussion, we're gonna have 2 sessions, which will be introduction and background, and we're gonna have demonstration. So this panel discussion is titled Engaging with Digital Humanities, Creating Term Banks as Open Education Resource as Standardization Tools. So this panel discussion will be headed by Triennial, le Professor Mojapelo. Prof, you can come.
Thank you very much, Mr. O. May we please be assisted with the presentation, please? Because our first slide is already saying the things that we need to say. The topic as reflected there is engaging with digital humanities, creating term banks as open educational resources and as standardization tools. And I am presenting this with my colleague, Marisa Crisal. Before we get into the creation of term banks, we thought we'd begin by providing some background and to contextualize the whole exercise, as well as the logos appearing on the first screen there. There are 3 logos appearing there. Some of you are quite familiar with the background that we are going to give, but please bear with us because not everyone has the same information. The work that informs this presentation falls under SADILAR, which is the logo in the middle. And it is a Department of Science and Innovation supported project. And today we focus on the part of SADILAR that is housed at UNISA, hence the 3 logos appearing there. And so what is SADILAR? The South African Center for Digital Language Resources is a national center that is supported by the Department of Science and Innovation as part of the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap. So what is the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap, also known as SARIR? It is a high-level strategic and systemic intervention to provide research infrastructure across the entire public research system, building on existing capabilities and strengths, and drawing on future needs. So within SARIR, SADILAR is the only research program that is focusing on humanities. So the other projects are in various aspects of health and natural sciences. So the role of SADILAR is that it has an enabling function with a focus to all official African languages, languages of South Africa, not only African languages, but the focus is really on African languages. So it looks at the domains of language technologies and related studies in the humanities and social sciences. The center supports the creation, the management, and distribution of digital language resources, as well as the software that are used in creating and managing those resources through the language resource catalog. So the people that are regarded as the clients of SADILAR include academic scholars, professionals, most language practitioners, students, all in the domain of humanities and social sciences, language technologies, language processing, computer science, etc. Now, SADILAR itself is not just one, is a multi-partner entity. So it is made up of 6 nodes with the Northwest University acting or functioning as host and as the hub where all these nodes are being coordinated. So the nodes up here, there is the University of South Africa, Pretoria, CSIR, Northwest, ISELDA, and Stellenbosch University. So it is possible and expected that in future we'll have more nodes. So SADILAR's activities are, there are 2 programs, the digitization program and a digital humanities program. In one program, the first one, it looks at the creation of digital text, or digital language resources, be them text, speech, or multimodal resources, and also at the technologies that are used in creating and managing and distributing those language resources. And the second one is looking at promoting and supporting research in the field of digital humanities, which covers the humanities and social sciences. So to achieve these 2, there are different roles that are played by the institutions that I had displayed earlier, namely UNISA, which is serving the role of language resource development, and that on the strength of the fact that UNISA is the only university in the country that offers the 9 official languages. So it is expected that it is a place where the creation of language resources will have experts to attend to. And then the second one, University of Pretoria, is a digitization node. The third one is a speech node. The other one, text technology. The next one is CELDA for academic writing. And the last one, as the name suggests, it deals with language development research. So I've already been to this one. So to sort of position UNISA in this whole SADILAR structure to see what UNISA is doing, we have a little clip that we'd like to play for you before we continue with the other things.
UNISA as a research node of SADILA, it is the only institution that offers the 9 South African languages.
The node is linked to the Department of African Languages, and SADILA has contributed a lot to the sustainability of the project. First of all, as far as funding is concerned, this is also very useful for our linguists in the project because we can supply them with laptops, regular training sessions, etc.
It has catapulted quite a lot of research-related projects within the digital space and also the human language technology space.
On top of that, we also produce publications from the research that we do, the SADILA projects.
There has been quite a lot of projects that have been funded by SADILA. This includes the African WordNet project, which has produced certain research outputs through the colleagues in the Department of African Languages and those linguists that are involved in the project itself.
The impact of our research and of SADILA in general is development of African languages. We do know that African languages do have terminology in specific fields. We want to make our outputs freely available in large databases so that our resources can be helpful in teaching and learning and in other areas of language practice, such as translation and interpreting.
SADILA has made it possible, therefore, that the African languages are actually developed and are expanded.
This is also very useful, for instance, interlingual information retrieval, question answering systems, as well as machine translation.
Thank you very much, Sam. So that is, in short, how UNISA fit in the whole picture in SADILA. I need to go to the next slide. Yeah, next. Yeah, fine, I'm here. So some of the things that were said on the video include the points that I listed here. But what is important that I want to mention to you is that within UNISA as well, we have 2 projects that we are running. One of them is the multilingual linguistic and literary terminology. We were presenting on one of them on Tuesday. And the other one is African WordNet. And with this, we collaborate with people around the country and also people in other countries so that we satisfy the local market while we also measure ourselves against international practices. For example, in one of the projects, we have had a very close relationship with a university, a computer science university in the Czech Republic, and currently moved to the one in Poland. And we also have a relationship with another university in Germany that we'll hear about in the next part of this work. So locally, we have a close relationship with government departments, the main one being the Department of Science and Innovation and Department of Arts and Culture. As future work, what we are going to do going forward, we have already approved, we have already applied and have an expansion project that is approved, where we are going to, in the first project of African WordNet, we are going to add Afrikaans with the WordNet, Afrikaans WordNet that's already available, and the South African Sign Language and the Khoi languages to be part of the African WordNet. And in the same project, we're also looking at the possibility of a public browser so that communities and the South African society that is interested will be able to explore the resource. With the terminology one, We're done with the linguistic terminology. We have done a quality assurance workshop, and a few months after that was a time to respond to the inputs that were made at the workshop, because we call the workshop for inputs and for advice going forward. And also, we're going to, the expansion project will add the terms that are used in literature and also the terms that are using in the field. Linguistic is a growing field. For example, at UNISA, we have a module in the Department of African Language 3704. It's a lexicography module, and lexicography has moved a long time ago to e-lexicography, and we'll need terminology. If we need to teach our students in that language, the language must have terminology. So that's why we need terminology development and collaboration and people who can assist us to standardize those terms. There's also HCD, is human capacity development. This is happening in the form of supporting PhD students, researchers, and also conducting regular workshops linked to one of the projects, or also joining one of the workshops that are regularly presented by the hub in Northwest University. So also the resources that we need to make this application possible will continue to be developed. Multilingual linguistic terminology, I don't think I need to say much about this, because this is just to contextualize the demonstration that will follow, that Marisa will be doing in the second part of this presentation. But it also sort of a repetition of a paper that we did about multilingual linguistic terminology, because we explained that there is a terminology database that is in the final stages of quality assurance, and that is housing all African languages that are official in the country. And there is also English in the middle as a binding language for obvious reasons. And when we work on that, we work on them from the Excel sheet. But finally, the database will be on the lexonomy, which is actually the main focus of this presentation today, to show that the same way that we used lexonomy to house this terminology. Anyone who has a project in that line can actually use it, because it's a free resource, and Marisa will explain and demonstrate further on that. So the workshop that I was talking about was held last year, and they were actually, we ask people who are involved in the project to approach people that they trust, that they know, not general trust, but trust in the grammar of the language. Because what we want here is that the information that we distribute to people is correct. So this is just an example of how the user interface of lexonomy looks like. I don't know if it's clear enough on the screen. I think it is. It shows different languages explaining what the subject concord is. So it gives the equivalent in different languages, and it uses it as an example in a sentence as well. And here is how you also can look up. For example, on the left, you have all the words, for example, abbreviation, absolute. You can see these are grammar terms. So you can go to one of them and check it in any language, any of the 9 languages. So that is all about the introduction and the background. So the idea was just to bring everyone on board before the demonstration comes, so that we know where we are coming from and where we are trying to go. Thank you very much, Mr. O. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Prof, for that wonderful presentation. I think you have assisted us, most of us, because when I was still at the NWU, I didn't understand what is the purpose of SADILA. I used to question everything. When we had to produce any terminology list, they would say, no, it must go through the SADILA. When you want to do any other event, they said, no, SADILA has to be there. So now I understand fully. Thank you for that. So guys, we're gonna allow rounds of questions if there's any comments and anything. I think the presentation was so good. You can.
Then we're going to go on to the next bit. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Much appreciated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Marissa Griesel. I am the project manager for the African WordNet and the Multilingual Linguistic Terminology projects. And I am very grateful for this opportunity to also share with you exactly how we went about creating the term bank in Lexonomy, but then also perhaps sharing some of my ideas on how this infrastructure can be used outside of this specific project to also create open educational resources and other language resources in a wider sense. So, Prof. Lydia already mentioned Lexonomy, but what is Lexonomy exactly? According to the developers, Lexonomy is a free, open source, web-based dictionary, writing and publishing system. Now, we use the word, or the developers use the word dictionary here, but I will show you with a few examples how it is not necessarily only a dictionary creation system, but that we can use its features to create other types of resources as well. The developers also say, in Lexonomy, users can take a dictionary project from initial setup to final online publication in a completely self-service fashion, with no technical skills required and no financial cost. It was created by a team from the Lexical Computing Group as part... Oh, where do I go to the bottom of my notes? No, not there. Okay, no worries. It was created by a team from the Lexical Computing Group as part of an eLexis project. So this is a European funded project, funded by the European Union, and the implication of that is that there is serious sustainability built into this development, and we can be assured that this tool will be around and will be kept up and updated for years to come. All right, so why is Lexonomy so useful, and why is it worth your while to spend the next 30 minutes seeing exactly how Lexonomy works? So as I've already mentioned, it is free to use. You create an online profile with your email address, but there are no costs involved. You do not even have to enter your credit card details. You know how some of these sites work. It's free to use, but please enter your credit card details here, and after 30 days, if you don't cancel, then we'll send you a massive bill in American dollars. This is not the case for Lexonomy, and I've used it for about 3 years now, and in that time there has not once even been an advertisement to go to a paid version. It is free to use. Like I mentioned, it is well supported and continuously updated. It has a very easy to navigate interface, both from a user's perspective, as you saw in the slides that Prof. Lydia showed. A user can very easily browse your work, but also in setting up a project in Lexonomy, it is really easy to do. Editing and creating entries is easy and changes are immediately visible to colleagues, co-workers or students. This means that in a group project or in a team setting, it is truly a wonderful tool to use, especially now when we're all working from home or working from different parts of the country and want to collaborate with each other. This is possible. It has a rather clean look and feel for your resources, and it's easy to establish that, which also reduces data usage costs. Now, some of you who have used online dictionaries will know that you get more advertisements in the outside panels of these dictionaries than you do entries or definitions, and this can be really costly in data costs because, of course, your cell phone or your laptop has to download all of those advertisements before they are shown to you. And it makes it also that a small screen can't really interact well with these sites with a lot of graphics and bells and whistles. When you've set up a project in Lexonomy and completed it, you can also download this data and use it in other applications, such as a few people have said that they use the Ochumatu translation environment. You can use it as a term bank or as a translation memory in such applications as well. You can also easily share the final product with colleagues, students, and other researchers. Like I will show a bit later on, you can specify your own URL, which a user can use to access your dictionary. And even after publication, you and those who you have set as editors can add, change, or delete any information from your resource. Yesterday, we had a discussion about the language continually changing, and also in our presentation on Tuesday, we discussed standardization as not a once-off process. We discussed a quote by Dr. Marietta Albert, who said that standardization is best done in an iterative process, where you first collect all of the options, and then through a process of collaboration and feedback from users, you start whittling down on the terminology, retaining only that which is true and best describes a linguistic phenomenon. All right, so to get to the more practical bits, about a year ago, myself and two colleagues, Professor Zonja Bosch, who is an emeritus professor at UNISA, and Professor Elsbeth Taljaard, who is at the University of Pretoria, tried to really test Lexonomy to see if it is free to use, that I've already discussed, but if you also can create a project without technical skills, really no technical skills, and if it does save you time. So we found an English Chivenda word list. It had no definitions or usage examples, or I can't remember if there was part of speech indications and noun class indications, but that's about it. Which is free to download through the Cobalt project, but it was published in 1928. So this is quite an old resource, and it is only available through download from that website, and it's not really easy to search or to work with that data. We then decided to up the ante just a little bit by using Afrikaans machine translation systems, and we've used the four that are freely available, to make it a trilingual dictionary between Tshivenda, English, and Afrikaans. What we did was to simply take the English word list, chase it through the four machine translation systems, merge that with the Tshivenda data again, and put this into Lexonomy as an XML file, and see where we are. See if we could create at least a very small dictionary, trilingual dictionary, with these little skills and with no cost to us. And I do think we succeeded. The word list contained 800 nouns. We chose to focus only on the nouns for this experiment, just to make it manageable. And without much human interaction or human intervention, we could semi-automatically transfer 600 of those nouns into Lexonomy and have a dictionary of 600 nouns in the 3 languages. As you'll see on the screen there, we also have the part of speech information, the noun class, and then an English and an Afrikaans translation. Now, we're not saying that the English and the Afrikaans is 100% correct, of course not. There will always be a need for linguistic and lexicographic intervention in creation of any of these types of resources, but this was just to show what can be done with zero technical skills and what resources we could find freely available on the internet. Now back to the multilingual linguistic terminology. So how did we build the browsable term bank in Lexonomy? I will here highlight the features of the tool, and then we can all have a look at it together as well. I prepared a little demo data set that we can look at together. Okay, so this project is very much under active development, not only to standardize the tools, but luckily in a digital environment, we have the luxury of space. We can include as much information as possible, which a traditional or a printed dictionary or term bank cannot necessarily afford to do. You all know that you need to make costly choices for every centimeter of space on a page that you want to take. In a digital environment, we don't have that restriction. We can collect, like I said, all of the options and then start whittling down. And that was really what we also had in mind with the multilingual linguistic term bank, to collect as many terms and as many variants of those terms as they are used in other higher education institutions across the country. And then at our standardization workshop, we discussed the merits of each of those terms and decided whether we're going to keep only one or two perhaps, and which notes we are going to add to that to explain the choices that we made. Searching the dictionary is rather simple. So in the plain home screen, you can see there that you can type in there where the yellow star is. You can type in a search term and you can use filters such as it starts like this, it is exactly this, or it contains a word that starts like this, or contains this sequence of characters. So of course for a student this is very, very useful, because they might not know exactly how to spell in one of the languages, and they can use these search filters to still find what they are looking for. Prof. Lydia already showed you in the example of what it looks like when you're in the dictionary, when you've searched for something and you are now browsing around. Just like in many of, or most of the electronic dictionaries, you have the search pane on the left where you can simply scroll through an alphabetical list of terms included. And then we have the English information, the African language information, and some other tools such as moving forward, moving back, to search through all of the terms included. Setting up the dictionary is also really easy. Lexonomy has a configuration menu where you do most of these settings. So if you I don't know if you will be able to see under Manage Dictionary, here you set the description, the users, publishing, and like I mentioned, you can set a URL for your project. Then under Entry Settings, Structure, Formatting, Headword List, and Searching, you can set a few specifics there. And then under Expert Settings, you have the Entry Editor, Flags, Auto-numbering, Linking, Download Settings, Sub-entries. You can connect to Sketch Engine, which is you need to have a license to use Sketch Engine, but it's a corpus referencing tool. Context, and Multimedia API. So I have honestly, in the 3 years that I've used Lexonomy, never gone into the expert settings. I don't see myself as an expert, so I have no business there. But if you simply follow each of the first 2 menus step for step, Lexonomy guides you through the entire setup process. Now, I want to focus on a few functionalities that makes this ideal for work in a team setting. So the entry structure, firstly, you can set your head word and then the sibling or child elements below that. You can also say in what order they appear in your dictionary by using the green up and down arrows and the red crosses. But then you can also, when you are working in a team, you can say which of these elements are compulsory and which are optional. So for instance, say you are a team of 5 lexicographers working on a new child language dictionary or Proverbs dictionary. Let's take the example that we've discussed at this conference. Let's say you are 5 project members working on a Proverbs dictionary for isiNdebele. And here, the person who decides or who sets up the structure of each of these entries can say there has to be at least one head word, there has to be a part of speech tag, there has to be a definition for this proverb, for each of the proverbs included in the project. In that way, the other members of the team, as they are populating your resource, they are reminded again, oh yes, I haven't added a definition yet, I need to go back and do this. This is sort of a first step in quality control as well for your entire project. Something else that's very useful, and we used it in the trilingual English Tshivenda Afrikaans dictionary, is that you can set values and a person working on the dictionary only has to select from the list. They don't have to type in those values each time. So here, the example of the pot of speech tags, we set the noun, the verb, the adjective, and the adverb, just as an example. And now people who need to include the pot of speech information can simply select one of those. Again, very useful for a quality assurance metric, because now there can't be spelling errors or silly typos in when a person wants to add the word adjective and they make a silly typo at 2 in the morning, or someone uses a different part of speech tag that you haven't set for your project. Then formatting, which is under the entry settings menu. And this is where your dictionary really comes alive. This is where you take a simple Excel sheet and turn it into something that people want to use and that people find easy to use. Because this is, I don't know, when I was a child, my mother used to buy these books and it had little paper dolls in them on the first page, and then the rest of the pages were clothing that you can also cut out and dress this little paper doll with. And that was my favorite thing. I would get a new one of these books for Christmas every year, because then there was a different doll with different clothes. And formatting works exactly the same way. You have your linguistic data, you have your data entries that you want to include, and now you get to dress them up in a fancy way and put on a hat and a little bow for the world to see and to make it nice to look at. So here you can set things like, you'll see that we added a border around the English term. We made the, I think this is for the Sesotho, we made the definition in bold, and then the usage example in blue, just so that each of these fields further stand out. Okay, then the next thing under the configuration menu is the users. So again, I said that this is ideal for working in a team, and let's take the Proverbs dictionary team again. I'm very impressed by the work that they've done, and I can't wait to work with that data myself, so this is why I'm using them as an example. So say, for instance, they are 3 members. Each of them have created a profile on Lexonomy for themselves, and I now add their email address here under users. But say, for instance, we have one person in the team who takes the responsibility for setting up the entry structure and taking care of the background of our project. I can give them configuration and say download and upload rights. But then we have other team members whose sole role is to edit the entries. So they might be the quality assurance team. So I only give them permission or privileges, as it is called here, to edit the entries. You can also give a person only the ability to browse your dictionary. So if you have set up a term bank for your class or for one of your modules, all of your students will only have access to browse your menu or your resource if you haven't given them further access. But say you want to make it a collaborative project in your classroom, everyone can go find terms that they are not quite sure of and add information or add notes or add a definition from a source that they perhaps find, and encourage them to go back to the textbooks, go back to the libraries and go find this information and then populate an electronic resource. You can give all of them editing rights as well. So everybody can add little bits of information in a classroom setting, making this a very interactive tool. And as we mentioned in our presentation on Tuesday, bridging a bit of the loneliness that goes with distance education and being perhaps not connected in a traditional classroom as we are used to. Then finally, we get to publication of this resource, the way the world sees it. Now, here you can set, just want to go to the next slide. Here you can set your resource as either private or public. Private means only those people whose email addresses you specified under the users can find and can search this dictionary. So it's only for a small group of people. And currently, the Multilingual Linguistic Term Bank is still a private resource because we are still standardizing and because we are still adding information to it. If you set it on public, this means that it's now open for the world to see. They cannot change anything, but they can browse your resource and they can see what you've included in it. So again, say for instance, you and a colleague on a different campus of UNISA want to create this resource, but you don't only want to keep it for your students, you want to put it out there as an open education resource for the world to use. You can create it as a public resource and then share the URL in your academic presentations and in articles that you write and make the world aware that they can find it. You'll also see in the middle of the screen there a field where you can set the license. Now, open and free to use does not necessarily mean you lose all of the rights to what you have created. And here you have the option to add different Creative Commons licenses. And the one that you can see there, Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 International, means that anybody can use the Multilingual Linguistic Term Bank, for instance. They can download the data and use it in other applications as they want, but that they should still reference the project and reference where they got this data from. There are different levels of these licenses, and you can select the one most appropriate to your project. Okay, so say you have a basic dictionary now, but you want to still edit it and you want to still add information. How easy is that to do? And I can tell you that it is super easy. It's really very simple. As you can see on the screen there, the right-hand side now looks a little different with these red tags, and that is the structure that I have set for my dictionary previously. So I have said that each dictionary entry will have an English term, then it will have a Sesotho sa Leboa translation. Under that heading of Sesotho sa Leboa translation, I'm going to have the term, the definition source, a usage example, internal notes, and other sources or synonyms to see for this specific entry. Now, from those fields, only the term and the definition are you have to supply those. The rest are all optional fields to be filled where they are relevant. So say, for instance, I'm now doing standardization of this resource and I see, but they do not have the term that we use at my university yet. You can simply click on NSO term as it is written there on the screen, add another field for it, and add your translation or your term that you use in the little block provided. As soon as you click OK and then click Save at the top of the screen, your colleagues, wherever they are in the world, can see these changes and you can immediately interact around them. I've mentioned that you can add data through an XML file and that our term banks are also disseminated as XML files, and it is as easy as choosing your file and clicking on upload to do this. But if you do not have someone to create XML files for you, or you do not have access to that, then of course the previously discussed manual addition process is completely an option for you. Now, I also just want to say something about XML as a format. There are many dictionary creation tools out there in the world, and many proprietary sources and proprietary file formats as well. And I am not going to diss any of those proprietary tools, but the output format that they provide is not always easy to use in a different tool. So say, for instance, the tool that you are currently using, the support team for that decides they're calling it a day and decides to stop working. You can't really put that data into a new tool and then just continue working, which is a real danger, especially for the South African languages that are still under-resourced. We can't throw away any work that is being done. Using XML as a format, XML is an internationally recognized data standard. It is easy to use in other applications, and also when people want to use your data to further the languages in machine translation or in translation memories, it is easy for them to use an XML format. So I really encourage, no matter what tool you use, have a look at those that provide your data downloadable in a format easily usable for the rest of the research team and for other researchers who might be doing human language technology, digital humanities, or a host of other things. Right, let's pause for a minute here. Chairperson, I hope you don't mind that I just opened the floor to questions. No. Perfect. So if there are any questions at this stage on the basic working on lexonomy, please feel free to ask them now. If you have a project in mind and you're wondering if it would be useful to you, then please ask. Yes, sir. The mic is on its way.
Thank you very much for the excellent job you are doing developing resources. The Term Bank is a product of your terminology project, am I clear? Then the African WordNet. Is there a usage of these resources? Can the resources, can they be integrated?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that to have them as a data set for
yes.
NLP, for example.
Yes. So usage of these resources at the moment is they are being used in the research community quite a lot. My own PhD, for instance, is on semantic analysis using the WordNet data as the annotation scheme. So they are being, there's quite a nice uptake in the research community of these resources. I just, during this week, sent the term banks also to someone who is creating a machine translation system. So, yes, I think there is quite a nice uptake. At the moment, while we are doing quality assurance, we have not added them to the SADILAR repository yet, but anyone who contacts us is welcome to have our intermediate data sets.
In terms of your collaboration, which Professor Ejapolo mentioned the other time, I learned you are collaborating with computing people in Germany and others. Mm-hmm. Do you collaborate with computing scientists within the country?
Yes. So in the... Prof. Lydia, I hope you don't mind that I answer a SADILAR related question. Okay, add to what I say if you want. So within the SADiLaR setup, there are also computational linguists at the other nodes of SADiLaR, most notably at the Center for Text Technology, CText in Potchefstroom, who have also used our data, and they are including it in an online dictionary portal, just as dictionary data, not necessarily as word nets and term banks. And then also at the speech language node at the CSIR, they and the University of Stellenbosch have a project called the Voices of Mzansi, where they are creating voice-enabled systems for all of the South African languages. And they've used the WordNet data as the input sentences for collection of speech data for the Voices of Mzansi project. So there is collaboration with other computer scientists and computational linguists. As you also know, we have very few humanities scholars who are as interested in the computational side of things. But within the SADiLaR environment, I think and I hope we are changing that dynamic slightly. There was a question in the back, right, sir? All right. Okay. All right, then I have a question to the entire room for a show of hands. I have prepared a demo where I can go into Lexonomy, and you are welcome to follow along. There's a little demo sheet that you can download. So the remaining time, I think we have about 20 minutes remaining before we break for tea again, perhaps a bit longer. I can spend doing that. Or I have heard that there is rather a need to see what other tools SADiLaR has on offer that you can use freely. Have you heard enough about Lexonomy to decide if you want to use it? Can I show you those other tools? So let's have a show of hands. Who wants to do the Lexonomy demonstration first? And who wants to see the other SADiLaR tools? Everybody wants to go to the Valley of Waves. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't make that happen. I think they will miss us if an entire room of people just get up and leave. So let me quickly then show you these slides. I will ask the conference organizers to make them available to everybody, and that demonstration data will be available for as long as I have space in my Google Drive for it, which should be a while still. So you are welcome then to take this demonstration. There are also many tutorials on YouTube, and on the homepage for Lexonomy, there's a written tutorial. So please have a look there if you want to know anything further. Right. Now, let me just get to the slide. Okay, I'm also just going to, for a minute, stay on that slide because my email address is on there. If you have any questions about Lexonomy or about the other tools that I'm going to show, I'm not going to promise that I will be able to answer you straight away, but I can get in touch with people who will be able to answer you and thereby be sort of a conduit for your digital humanities work as well. All right, so it's rather simple, just griesel.marissa@gmail.com. Otherwise, I'm sure Prof. Lydia also won't mind putting you in touch. Yes?
Quite an excellent presentation. What I want to know is how your project is related to the aspect that now there are going to be people who are going to be invited to write stories, the literature, narratives. How is it related with the creative writing that SADiLaR wants to do?
Well, as we mentioned earlier, SADiLaR is made up. There are different institutions that are part of making up SADiLaR. So UNISA is one of them. So under UNISA, there are 2 projects. One of them is African WordNet. A WordNet is a large database, lexical database. It's not a dictionary per se, but it has words that represent concepts in the language, and they are linked together by different sense relations, such as synonymy, hyponymy, meronymy, etc. And then the other one is that multilingual terminology project. We started with linguistics terminology. We are going to move on to literary terminology very soon. The project is already approved and there's some final things being done. And we are also going to expand on the linguistic terminology and other technology-related terms that we did not have in the previous grammar books, etc. So that is as far as the UNISA part is concerned. So there is no creative writing under these 2. The other one is lexical database. The other one is terminology, is a term bank. So there is Stellenbosch University. There is University of Pretoria. There is Northwest University. There is CSIR. There is ISELDA. ISELDA is a number of institutions together and that are assisting with matters around, not creative writing, but academic writing. So it depends on where that call came from, but it's definitely not from UNISA. Thank you.
So perhaps I can just also add, I think you are referring to the project where they want to encourage people to create Wikipedia pages in the South African languages, and specifically the project aims or is starting with a drive for isiNdebele, and then we'll move forward from there. So SADiLaR as a hub also has a number of independent projects that are not necessarily part of the node projects, the 2 that Prof. Lydia explained just now, but that are run by SADiLaR as an entity on its own, and that is one of those projects. So us as a management team are not necessarily involved in that project, but all of these individual projects aim at the same thing, at creating resources that are openly and freely available in support of our national languages. Yeah. All right. The other SADiLaR tools. Okay, so the first one here is the South African Language Resource Repository. And this repository was actually established way back in 2012 when it was by the then Department of Arts and Culture decided that all projects and all resources developed via funding from the Department of Arts and Culture, those resources need a place to live where they will be available forever to whoever wants to use them, so that our taxpayer money does not pay for these projects, and then when the project is finished and the publications have been done, they sort of disappear and you can never find them again. The repository is this place, and it has grown substantially. There is corpora, text and speech corpora, different tools that you can download for free. Some of them have licenses. Like I explained, we are publishing the term bank under the Creative Commons Attribution license. Some of them have more strict licenses where they are, for instance, only available for academic use and so on. But this is very clear at each resource in the repository. Then the Ochumatu machine translation web service, and I wonder if I can go into these. Okay, so this is the Ochumatu web service. So this is a machine translation service, much like Google Translate. The only difference is that at the moment, Ochumatu does not learn as you go. So in Google Translate, actually everything that you type in there is stored in Google's servers and is used again to upgrade their machine translation system and to learn as it goes. Ochumatu does not work like that, so your data is not stored on servers, but it has used all of the resources that are available in the repository to create this machine translation system. And here you have the option to translate sentences, documents, web pages, and then more information about it. So let's say my source language is English, and my source text is, I am attending a conference. Went so well. All right, and now I want to translate this, let's say into Setswana. Mr. Chairperson, you will have to be the judge of the translation quality there. And there you can see it was translated into Setswana. What do you think? If you had to give it a mark out of 10.
I would give it a 5.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad for a completely automatically generated translation.
Because I think it gives you the idea what you need to write.
Okay.
It's not that perfect, but it's good.
It's a start.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the MT machine translation web service. Then the next tool is the Corpus portal, and Prof. Mojapelo and I have already used this a bit, and we find it quite useful. So again, all of the corpora, the text corpora now that are in the SADiLaR repository and that are available under the appropriate licenses were fed into this Corpus portal, and you can now search it. So am I a bit close here? Please say if your ears are starting to ring. Let's search for the word ear. And again, under extended and advanced options, you can also search for collocates or for words that might have varied orthography. So now if I search here, you can see that it found it 7 times in 4 different documents. And here I can now see the context to the left, to the right, the lemma, and also the part of speech of the different hits that it found. Again, very useful for corpus linguistics and for qualitative searches in such a corpus portal. All right, next is the NCHLT web services, and is Dr. Malele still in the room? Don't see her this quickly, but we've used this tool in research that she is doing for isiNdebele and creating automatic term banks. So here again, the goal is here for each of the South African languages. Let's just say English for now. Well, let's take isiNdebele. You can use this web service to use any of their already created tools. So there's no installation, there's no fancy skills needed. You simply drag and drop you select your tool that you want to use, a tokenizer, a sentence separator, a phrase chunker, part of speech tagger, named entity recognizer, language identifier, or optical character recognition if you have scanned documents. Let's take the part of speech tagger, but now I don't have Ndebele data with me. Let's take Afrikaans. All right. You can also upload an entire file here, so you don't have to retype your data. You see. Tokenizer is not going to show much. The technical gremlins don't want to work with me today. But then in the output window here, you will get your input with the annotation that you selected for it. Then there are also spelling checkers, freely available spelling checkers for the South African languages that you can find at the link provided here. Voyan tools I'll come back to because that's also quite an impressive freely available tool. And then Zoomorph is a morphologic analyzer for isiZulu that was created as a finite state machine. Again, you can click on this link and go to the web service for it. No installation, nothing fancy, and you can get Zulu analysis. With the disclaimer that it will never be as good as a language expert who did it by hand with all of the context taken into consideration. These are tools that add automatic annotations, and we always need to remember that. Just as with the machine translation, the language models used by these tools are simply not big enough and good enough yet to do this completely automatically. All right, so let me go into Voyan tools quickly. All right. So again, here you can see that you go immediately to the tool, and let me get a URL, for instance. Okay, I'm taking the home page of the SADiLaR website. You can also put text in here. You don't have to put websites or web pages. There we go. And now here you can see that I have a whole host of information about the language usage on this website. I have a word cloud here, and these are so popular in research these days. I have information. It sees this web page as a small corpus. So here I get a vocabulary density score, the average words per sentence, the most frequent words. Here as well, I get all sorts of statistics about this web page. Imagine if you input, say, a corpus of lyrics or a corpus of prose into something like Voyan tools, all of the information that you could extract of the language usage. And this at literally the touch of a button almost, and completely free to use, offered via the SADiLaR website. All right, there I will break again for questions, and we are very close to the end of this presentation, so please feel free to ask all of the questions that you might have. I don't see any hands. Okay. To do that. I'm not going to go through all of the slides now to just halfway there. Right. There we go. Then we just want to say thank you very much for attending this session, and acknowledge the fact that the Multilingual Linguistic Terminology Project was made possible by the support received from the South African Centre for Digital Language Resources, and that to invite you to please contact either of us should you want to form part of the next phase of development of either of our two projects in the UNISA node, or if you need information about any of the aspects that we discussed today. Thank you very much.
One last time, any questions, comments, or complaints? It seems your presentation was very good. Thank you, Mechrizel and Prof, for that wonderful presentation. Colleagues, I have an announcement here. It seems the third venue, Zimbas and Monica, there are no presenters there, so please, delegates are requested to join other two venues, which is Warriors Hall and Lupata. Let me take this time to thank you for joining this panel discussion. We can go to the break. Thank you.